he was going to be joining us this morning.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
I see Senator Brenner is with us though.
Great.
And Rep Quint, it would be great to see you since many of us haven't met you yet. Can you put yourself on camera?
Actually, I'm in Augusta right now, and they were supposed to put me in the Republican offices on the computer, but it shut down because of the possible COVID exposure. And so I'm actually on a phone line, so I do not have a camera on that.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm just sorry to hear that because I haven't met you yet and would like to do so. But I'm glad you were able to have some contingency to be with us. So
yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And also on Thursday, they'll have me up and running. So you'll be able to see me then. You're not missing much.
All right.
Okay.
I just want to jump in and say that we are live now.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first virtual meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. We are assembled electronically today for the purposes of some orientation. Before we get started, I just want to sort of run through some of the script that we'll be using to let people know about this virtual meeting format and about what our meeting is gonna, how our meeting is gonna proceed today. We are being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. And this means that anybody who is a participant in the meeting, which right now is just our committee and our staff, can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. So we do request that you mute your microphone when you are not speaking. You should be able to see in your own square on Zoom whether you are muted or not, with a little red microphone. People who are going to be joining us, we'll have some folks joining from the Bureau of Insurance later this afternoon, as well as additional guests on Thursday. Those folks cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. And this meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. An important note, our YouTube stream is going to start at the time that is noted in the Zoom link for all of our meetings going forward. However, you may not see us all appear or start talking right at that time. There may be times when our joining of the meeting is delayed for other reasons. I want to just add a few other notes related to Zoom. The first is just to remind folks that our committee has done it perfectly today, but to remind folks that your screen name on Zoom, if you are on our Zoom, actually part of our Zoom, should be something that identifies you correctly, so that we know whose box belongs to whom. And that will be particularly important when we have folks testifying in a public hearing, so that we know who to testify, who to call on to testify, rather than saying, for example, Dad's iPhone. We won't know who you are and won't have the opportunity to call upon you appropriately. Another note that I just want to make is that this format is, of course, new to all of us. We do expect that there will be unforeseen glitches and mistakes, as well as dogs, kids, and house telephones and other sorts of things potentially interrupting our meetings from time to time. Please be patient. We're doing our best, and we're going to learn as we go along how to do this. I'm certainly testing out right now the idea that my son can be doing virtual school with the dogs in his office while I sit in the kitchen. And so we'll see how that goes. And we'll certainly learn from our mistakes along the way. A reminder that we are not using the chat function on Zoom for any substantive discussion. It can be used occasionally for some sort of administrative or meeting related use if necessary. And we are going to be using the raise hand function in Zoom today, mostly for questions from the committee of Colleen as we proceed, or of the Bureau later this afternoon. You can find that raise hand function under reactions at the bottom of your screen. If you click reactions, there's an option to raise hands. And Representative Tepler, my co-chair, has demonstrated what that looks like. And you can see that her box includes that yellow raised hand at the moment. If for some reason the chair misses your raised hand and it's been a little while, you can sort of use your physical hand in your box with your video as well. Representative Quint, I think those options are not available on the telephone. And so we would invite you to simply unmute yourself and say, Madam Chair, and we'll try and recognize you in that way as we go. Okay, so I think those are basically my initial just Zoom related introductions and reminders. And so now we'll begin with committee introductions. Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I just want to add a few things to what Senator Sanborn has added, because if we were in the committee room, there would be certain expectations of decorum, and a lot of those will still hold here on Zoom. So if you have any question for anyone who's presenting to us today or in a public hearing, please direct that question through the chair. So please ask to be recognized, and then you will be recognized at some point, maybe not at the very moment you ask to be recognized. And the correct address for Senator Sanborn is either Senator or Madam Chair. And I just want to point that out to you because some of you are new, and I want to make sure that this emulates our meetings as though they were in person. And that is the goal, to try to maintain that decorum so we can all do our jobs as well as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. Okay, so next we will start with introductions. I'm going to start with Representative Quint.
Can you hear me okay, everyone?
We can.
Okay, great. Yes, I represent District 144, and my name is Tracy Quint. I'm not quite sure what all information you want from me other than that.
Sure, that's a great question. So let us know where District 144 is, what the towns are that you represent, and maybe just for the committee introductions today, since this is our orientation session, just a little bit, maybe a minute or two about who you are and how you came to join us.
Okay, very good. I'm District 144. I'm Holton, Hodgdon, Cary, Amity, Selden, over to Haynesville. In that direction, there's about 13 towns that I represent. I am a registered nurse and have been for 24 years now. And I am a replacement candidate. I ended up taking the place of Greg Swallow, who served on this committee in his prior term. And I'm just excited to be serving.
Wonderful. Welcome, Representative Quint, and we do look forward to seeing you on camera on Thursday. Next,
Great,
we'll
thank
go.
you.
Thank you. We'll go to Representative Matheson.
Good morning, all. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent District 1 in Kittery, and my background is in healthcare as well. I own a small medical with my brother, and this was my first choice for committees, and I'm really excited and honored to be serving with you all and getting to know you all. And this is my first time through, so I'm looking forward to learning as well. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Representative Matheson. Next, we'll go to Representative Malvarano.
Good morning, everyone. This is Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn. I work in customer service, and this is actually, this is my 4th term on HCIFS. And I can't believe it, actually. Once in a while, you may hear my dog bark, but usually she's pretty good.
Excellent. Representative Evans.
Good morning, everyone. I am Richard Evans. I am a general surgeon in private solo practice. I represent House District 120, and that includes Atkinson, Brownville, Dover, Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Plantation, Lakeview, and Ornerville Township.
Wonderful. Welcome. Representative Arford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Representative Poppy Arford. I serve District 49, which is the western half of Brunswick. And I'm very excited about being assigned to this committee during my first term. And my greatest area of interest at this point is healthcare insurance and working towards achieving affordable healthcare, high quality, affordable healthcare for every Maine person. And I just want to say that I'm very also excited about meeting the members of our committee, and especially both parties. As a new person, I have not had much opportunity to meet members of other parties. And so I'm so excited that I'm getting to do that.
Great, thank you. Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston. And this is my 4th term as well, and on the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. I'm really passionate about especially healthcare issues and increasing access. And I do have a medical background, but I haven't practiced medicine for a number of years.
Wonderful. Nice to have you back again. Representative Blyer.
Good morning. My name is Representative Mark Blyer. I serve District 22, which is Leamington, part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick. I'm here for my 2nd term. Excited as well as everybody else to see what we can do for the state of Maine. So I appreciate being here, and hello to everybody out there.
Wonderful. Thank you. Representative Morris.
All right, there we go. Get the unmute feature figured out. Good morning. I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore. In my 2nd term in the State House, and my 2nd term on the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. Thank you.
Wonderful. Welcome. And Representative Morris is our Republican lead on the House side on the committee. So we look forward to working closely with him. Senator Brenner.
Morning, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I am a freshman senator from Scarborough, Gorham, and Buxton. I am also the Senate chair of ENR. I work as a nurse, and I'm trained as a nurse midwife, and I also operate a farm. So I'm pretty passionate about healthcare access, and I'm excited to be here, and I look forward to doing good work together. Thank you.
Excellent. My co-chair is next, Representative Tepler.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator. It's great to see my former committee members as well as my new committee members. I'm Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom. And this is my 2nd term as co-chair of HCIFS. But I have previously served on both appropriations and taxation committees, and I have a great deal of interest in financial issues as well as in our health coverage issues. So welcome, and I am delighted that we can be together and be safe.
Thanks. And I am Senator Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I am a small business owner. My son was born about 17 and a half years ago with the help of Senator Brenner, who was my nurse midwife, and is a senior in high school, and I'm very proud of him. So that's how I thought I would start today. This is my third term on the HCIFS committee, and my second term in the Senate and as chair of the committee. And now, because this is our first meeting, I also want to give the floor over to two more critical members of our committee team, without whom we would be dead in the water. So first, let me introduce Christian Ritchie, who is our new committee clerk, and invite him to unmute himself and introduce himself as well.
Good morning, everybody. It's very good to be seeing you as opposed to just bombarding you with email invitation to Zoom meetings. I'm a recent graduate of Wake Forest University and a lifelong Mainer, born and raised, so I'm very excited to be starting my career in public service here with you guys.
Welcome. We're thrilled to have you. And next, our committee analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed. Colleen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the committee. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. As Senator Sanborn said, my name is Colleen McCarthy-Reed. I work for the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. It's a nonpartisan office of the legislature. And I have worked for variations of this committee for more than 25 years now. So hopefully I can bring some expertise and some institutional memory to your work this session. I'm looking forward to it.
Wonderful. All right. I think I have now introduced all the boxes on the screen. So we will turn to our draft agenda for the day, which is largely to ask Colleen to walk us through the committee orientation procedures. So I think with that, I think I'll turn it over to you, Colleen, and obviously with regard to rules, model rules, and so forth, we may have a bit of a discussion as a group here, but let's have you kick it off for us and orient us as to what we're looking at.
Okay. Do you want me to start with the rules, or do you want me to start with sort of the more general stuff? Whatever. I can
yeah,
sort of
why don't you? Yeah, I'm seeing sort of committee process and protocol as the next item on the agenda. So whatever that entails, why don't you give it a shot?
Okay. Okay, we're going to try to share the screen here. And hopefully this will work for all of you. Hopefully everybody can see the screen. I pulled up the model rules of procedure. And so I'll just sort of try to walk you through just the basics of the committee rules. There have been some changes this session with regard to our shift over to electronic meetings. And I'll try to highlight those for you as you go along. One of the things that maybe as you have some discussion about the rules, there is a requirement in the joint rules that the committees do have a vote to approve the committee rules of procedure. I don't think you'll necessarily be doing that today, but we'll sort of just run through the rules. You'll have some time to think about it. And then at some point in a future meeting, the committee will be required to have a formal vote to adopt the rules. So these are rules that sort of are guided by both the joint rules of the legislature and by sort of the history and the practice of how committees have operated with guidance from both the Secretary of the Senate, the Clerk of the House, and the Executive Director of the Legislative Council. For the most part, the model rules and the rules that are adopted in each committee are uniform. So there's not a lot, or there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for changes and amendments over the years, but there are some things where the committee may seek to amend the rules, and we may have further discussion about that as we go along. So again, the rules must be adopted by each committee. There will be some requirements that they be posted and available on request this session. Instead of posting them on the in the committee room, there'll be a requirement that the rules be posted online. The Senate chair presides over the meetings, generally pursuant to Joint Rule 302. In the Senate chair's absence, the House chair presides. And then as the need may arise, the who chairs the meeting alternates between members of each chamber. With regard to a quorum, this is one area where there have been some changes with regard to and the shift to electronic meetings. Generally, a quorum of each committee is 7 members, one of whom must be a senator, and a quorum must be present to start each meeting. With regard to the electronic process that we're having to establish a quorum, the chairs will need to visually see each of the members on the screen, at least 7 members, to be able to verify attendance and start the meeting. A quorum is not required to continue a meeting, so if there are opportunities where committee members have to jump off to attend to other business, that does not require that the full meeting be adjourned, but members can come and go. In terms of your attendance, the rules do require that you notify the committee clerk or the chairs if you're unable to attend a public hearing or work session. There have been some addendums to this related to virtual attendance and presence of committee members in the State House per guidance of the presiding officers. If a member plans to be in the State House or in the State House complex for a committee meeting, they're asked to notify the committee chairs before 5 p.m. before the date of the meeting, just so the chairs are aware and the committee clerk is aware, and adequate space will be available to those who need it. Scheduling is done and governed through joint rule. The chairs of the committee work with committee staff to schedule legislative documents for public hearings and work sessions. The presiding officers have established our committee meeting days as Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I think as the chairs have indicated initially, the intention of the committee chairs is for the committee to meet moving forward initially on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Wednesdays may be added as needed. If additional meeting days are needed, the rules do require that the presiding officers provide written permission for that in writing. Public hearings will be advertised 2 weekends or in advance of the hearing date. If there are exceptions, again, those require written approval of the presiding officers. Part of Christian's responsibilities will be to distribute the weekly schedule, and I think you all should have received your first copy of the weekly schedule last Friday. So you will receive that weekly schedule generally on Fridays for the following week. The schedule will be posted online as well this session and on the committee's webpage. Christian also, as the committee clerk, will notify sponsors of public hearings of the and how folks this time will be able to access electronic meetings. The rules do require reasonable access to persons with disabilities at its meetings. If you know of any constituents that might need accommodations, we just ask that they contact the committee clerk or myself with as much advance notice as possible, so we can make sure that those accommodations are in place, particularly if there are any need for accessing these electronic meetings as we move forward. The Freedom of Access Act also does apply to hearings and work sessions conducted by the committee. and pursuant to Maine's freedom of access laws, committees may not hold hearings or conduct work sessions for which notice has not been posted. So reasonable notice is required under the freedom of access law. And then there are some particular notice requirements with regard to public hearings, as I mentioned, two weekends in advance. With regard to questions of order, the presiding chair decides all questions of order. The chair's ruling stands unless overruled by a majority of the committee's membership. Smoking and eating restrictions don't necessarily apply with electronic meetings. I don't know if the chairs want to say anything particularly about eating with regard to and drinking with regard to our electronic meetings here.
Yeah, I wanted to just jump in and say a couple of things. The first is that if you are in the committee room itself, there is no food or drink whatsoever in the committee room at this time, including water, because of our masking requirements. So that's a good reason to join from some other physical space when possible. As far as our virtual meetings, we are going to allow any kind of beverage, not just water, but coffee or whatever else you please when you're on camera. We do ask that if you are eating, particularly during a public hearing, that you would turn your camera off so that we maintain decorum. But certainly recognizing that we're going to be on Zoom for some long hours, and it is certainly acceptable to occasionally turn your camera off from time to time when needed. So I think those would be the suggested edits. It's pretty typical for a committee to edit these rules with regard to food and drink. It's usually the only edit that we have liberty to do. And so Denise and I, Representative Tepler and I will propose those edits related to not eating on camera and not limiting our consumption to only water when we are on camera. We'll get those back to you before we vote on the rules. Go ahead, Colleen.
Great, okay. And then with regard to public hearings, here again, there have been some addendums to the committee rules with regard to how public hearings will be conducted via Zoom. And I'm going to jump over to a different document that explains where the changes are with regard to public hearings. So generally with procedures for public hearings during the Zoom, folks are going to be asked to identify or register for if they want to testify at a public hearing in advance of the hearing. There will be an opportunity for folks who haven't had an opportunity to register to sort of get on the list, if you will, at the last minute if possible. But the hope is that folks, if they do intend to testify at public hearings, will be registering electronically, that they intend to testify, so that at the start of each public hearing, the chairs will be able to identify them and call on them and give them access to the meeting to testify. So each person, when they do testify, will be required on the Zoom to announce their name. They'll be recognized and provide their testimony.
Representative.
Yep, I see.
Sorry.
No, that's good. I'm
Representative
seeing
Tepler
it too.
has a question. Go ahead.
Definitely jump in.
Thank you, Colleen and Madam Chair. I just want to add here that we practice the procedure that is going to be used by the clerk when folks are moved from the position of watching to a position of testifying. And there are some things that will have to be explained to the public who's testifying or professionals who are testifying about that, because there's sort of a drop off and drop on experience when you move from being an attendant to being a participant in the meeting. So I just want to mention that, and so the public knows that what's involved is moving you into the participant part of the meeting, and you will then have an opportunity to turn on your mic and testify on a particular bill. But it's going to feel for a second like you're being dropped out of the meeting.
Right. I think we're going to sort of feel our way through this process for conducting public hearings through the Zoom platform. But we'll get more information as we start. Folks will get more information as we start our public hearings next week about how the public's able to register their interest in speaking at a hearing, getting the links, and getting everybody up and running. Typically, the joint rules do require that if someone is testifying, that they provide written copies of their testimony to the committee. Obviously, this time around, since we are operating in the Zoom platform, the guidance from the presiding officers is that all committee meetings, if you will be conducted in a paperless fashion. So we'll be sharing all testimony and committee related documents with you electronically. So that will be another thing. And then a little later on this morning, I'll sort of walk you through the website and where you're going to be able to access some of these materials as we move forward. During hearings, questions will be addressed through the chair, as well as during work sessions. And I don't know, do you want to jump in here, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler, about how you want to work through this on the Zoom, using Zoom?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we are going to use the raise hand function, as Representative Tepler has already demonstrated a couple of times. And again, it's in the reactions link at the bottom of your screen. And we use a couple different formats of Zoom depending on how we're setting up the meeting, but you'll be able to find that raise hand function either in reactions or just as raise hand in the bottom of your screen, regardless of which format of Zoom we're using. So I think that's our plan for now. Again, if it's not working, or if you're on a telephone, making sure you get recognized by just sort of saying Madam Chair, and we'll sort of put you on the list to speak is also a fallback option. But we are going to use that raise hand function in Zoom.
Great. During public hearings, the chairs do have the opportunity to limit testimony at public hearings as necessary. And often the chairs may limit testimony from each individual who's testifying to a number of minutes. In the past, we've had sort of a laptop set up in the committee room with a clock, so those attending can kind of see the time that they have available as they testify. It might be a little more challenging as we conduct meetings on Zoom, but that may be a practice of the chairs moving forward with our public hearings in terms of how limiting the time that folks have at public hearings, just in the interest of sort of moving us through, and particularly being mindful of having public hearings through Zoom.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add that we will be limiting during the meet and greet those who want to introduce themselves to the committee to 3 minutes at this point. If we get even more signups than we already have, we may go to even a slightly shorter time limit, but at this point, it's at 3 minutes.
And that's Thursday morning that Representative Tepler is referencing when we're going to have our interested parties introduction. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
During public hearings, and we talked about this a little bit too on the, even in the Zoom platform, committee members and members of the public are asked to refrain from making or receiving phone calls during public hearings. There are some specific procedures for nominations of gubernatorial appointments in the event that the committee does have any confirmation hearings. Those will be provided for you. The operation of those is a little different than how public hearings are run. With a work session, that is really the time for the committee members and staff to deliberate on legislative documents and other matters pending before the committee. Staff does participate in the work session to provide information that the committee would like and to help facilitate the work session. The decision making and the deliberation is done by the committee members, not by staff, but I will be available to help you work through things. During a work session, all questions again are required by the rules to be addressed through the chairs. And because the work sessions are primarily for deliberating on bills, among the committee members of the public typically don't participate in work sessions except at the invitation of the chairs. Now with the Zoom platform, those same sort of procedures are going to be in place, but how it's going to work is that the committee members and chairs will identify in advance, hopefully be able to identify in advance those interested parties that they would like to be able to participate at a work session so that they can have proper access to the Zoom to sort of access the meeting and be able to participate. And like Senator Sanborn mentioned earlier, the practice or the guidance that we would like to follow is that for those folks who are not members of the committee or staff who are invited to participate in a Zoom, they don't have their video on or their sound on until they are called upon by the chairs to participate in the work session. Similarly to how it would work if we were meeting in person, members of the audience don't participate in a work session except with leave and invitation of the chair.
Thanks, Colleen. I'm going to invite Lauren. She turned on her camera just at the moment when I was going to invite her to introduce herself, so that was perfect. You mentioned that staff would be helping us in work sessions, so I thought I would invite Lauren to introduce herself to the committee.
Great.
Hi, I'm Lauren Mateer. I am the OFPR analyst that's assigned to this committee. I think a little bit later, I'm going to be kind of going over quickly what OFPR is for all of you and kind of what we do. But for now, I'll just introduce myself.
Thanks so much.
Great.
Go ahead, Colleen.
Thanks, Lauren. Okay, I'm going to go back to my screen share here. There we go. Bear with me. We're back to the screen sharing, hopefully. And then with regard to reports, really, this is another word for voting. And the report of the committee is sort of memorializing how the committee voted on a particular legislative document. The committee is required to report out every legislative document referred to it in accordance with reporting deadlines that will be established by the presiding officers. The report of the committee essentially is the recommendation of the committee on a particular legislative document. When a vote is taken, the committee clerk will record the vote. The recommendations that the committee may make on a particular proposal is ought to pass as amended. Ought to pass in new draft is something that's available, but is not very rarely used by the committee in my recent experience. Ought not to pass. The committee may vote to re-refer a legislative document to another committee, and a leave to withdraw is a process that's available to a sponsor of a particular bill if they would like to withdraw a bill that's been printed before the committee has an opportunity to schedule a public hearing. So those are the recommendations. Fiscal notes, and Ms. Mateer mentioned her work as a member of the Office of Fiscal and Program Review. She has primary responsibility for preparing fiscal notes that are attached to any committee reports, and those would be incorporated into the committee's report before the bill is reported out. Committee votes are all recorded during a work session, and there is some particular guidance with regard to voting. And I'll skip over to the addendum with regard to voting on the Zoom platform, but there is some guidance with regard to, for instance, if a committee member is not present for a vote, when the member is required to vote. So just switching over to the other document with regard to voting, and I'm going to try to zoom this up for you. The vote with regard to the voting, a vote by the committee must be taken in a manner that provides an opportunity for members and those observing the meeting, so members of the public, to either see or hear how each committee member present chooses to be recorded. So the chairs will be able to determine how they wanted to, how the committee wants to do their votes. It could be done through roll call, it could be done visually, but everyone who's participating in the meeting, whether they're a committee member or someone who's watching on YouTube or perhaps listening to the audio, will be able to see and hear what the vote is. So if someone is on the phone and they vote, or someone's listening in on audio, I think the requirement would be then that the chairs would, a good practice is that the chairs would then announce the vote as well after it's done. And I don't know if you want to jump in here and add anything about voting.
I would just add that basically this is exactly the same as if we were in person. And that is sort of the driving feature of all of the rules and procedures that we're going to use, is to try and approximate as much as possible what the procedure would be if we were in person.
Yep. And then just with regard to absences, I think the same rules are going to apply with regard to if a committee member is absent. The rules generally provide that the member may register their vote with the clerk up until noon on the second business day following the vote. So that's sort of the general rule. If someone is not going to be present at the time the committee takes a vote on a particular legislative proposal. There are opportunities, and Representative Tepler, I see your hand.
Thank you, Colleen. I just wanted to add, Madam Chair, that my understanding of what this means in terms of registering your vote is that you have to get your signature to the clerk through electronic means to be added to the voting document. Is that your understanding also, Christian?
I would have to refer that to LIO to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to clarify a little bit of, there have in the past been a lot of rules about needing to sign things in person. And I think a lot of those are going to change, not just for absences, but just the general process of processing bills required a lot of chair signatures, for example, that I think are going to be done electronically this year. So I think to be clarified is probably the best way to say it, but we live in a world where we can sign loan documents via DocuSign, and I am confident that the legislature can make similar modernization possible. Representative Morris. Oh, you're still on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to jump in on I believe, isn't there also a process with voting where you can call the speaker's office and they can register your vote as well?
Absolutely, and that remains unchanged as well, Representative Morris. So thank you for mentioning that, particularly for our folks who are new to the legislature. If ever you need to register a vote, you can do so through your either the president's office if you're in the Senate, or through the speaker's office if you are in the House. And again, that has to be done though within, I think the key piece is the within 2 business days following the vote and prior to noon on that second business day, so that we can continue moving bills forward if you are missing things. But yeah, so, Representative Morris, was that right?
I think,
Sound
yeah,
good?
I think that was it. The only other thing is on the actual, I'll leave it to you, but I think as far as the discussion of how we're going to vote, I know in the past we've done the raising of hands. It might be easier for the clerk if we just announced our vote this session.
Yeah, I think that is the plan, except for
Okay.
in cases where we might be voting simply on a motion to proceed or some other kind of procedural motion where we expect it to be unanimous and don't want to take the time for a roll call,
Yep,
then just
fair
all
enough.
in favor type of voting is fine. Yeah, but anything that's a recorded sort of vote of the committee on a report, kind of a final vote as opposed to a intermediate procedural motion, I guess I would call it, then we would absolutely be looking to Christian to do a roll call the same way that we would have looked to Veronica in the past, to do a roll call for those recorded final votes of the committee. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And Christian and I and Representative Tepler have already chatted about that. We can't go around the horseshoe to call a roll, but we'll be calling a roll in sort of reverse seniority order, which was roughly what I tried to do introductions in, although I don't think I did it perfectly in reverse seniority order today, because I got confused by the Zoom boxes, but that is sort of the way we're going to proceed, as if we had a horseshoe that was sort of from the outside in, as we usually would. All right, back to you, Colleen.
Great. Just with regard to voting, I'll just mention, although it would be great if all the committee votes were unanimous, that's probably not a likely scenario. So in the event that there are bills that the committee votes on and there is more than one report required, I'll work with the committee to prepare those appropriate reports. At the time that the majority report is voted on the bill, the joint rules do require that the minority report be voted on at the same time. So while there's no specific requirement that all of the language has to be, presented and before the committee for a proposed amendment at the time of the vote, the rules do require that each report, whether it's majority or minority, that the folks who are voting in favor of those reports be able to articulate verbally what their report is. And then after that, the written language will be prepared for the committee. I'll bring that back to the committee, and then the rules do require that all reports and amendment language is reviewed at a work session, distributed to all committee members before it is reported out of committee. So everyone has a chance to see all the reports before they are submitted to the full legislature. That won't change in the Zoom platform. It'll be done electronically, but we'll still move forward using the same process as we've used before. If the committee does want to make a substantive change to a committee vote after they've taken the initial vote, the rules do require that there be a motion to reconsider at a later work session to amend that report. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about reports and work sessions. Senator Sanborn or Representative Tepler? Okay, great. And then the last few things relate to There is an opportunity in the committee rules for bills to be referred to more than one committee and be jointly referred. That is a particularly rare occurrence. It may be even more rare with the Zoom platform initially, but there is an opportunity for the legislature to make a decision to refer a bill jointly to more than one committee. And there are some specific provisions for how those joint public hearings and work sessions are handled if that happens. As I said, that's rare, but it has happened 1 or 2 times over the years that I've served the legislature. There is in the joint rules as well, and as part of the committee's oversight function, the committee is invited to participate in the development of budget legislation for those areas of the budget that are within our committee's jurisdiction. There are some processes for the committee to sort of work with the appropriations committee to identify priority for bills that have been voted out throughout the session that are then placed on the special appropriations table and might have some effect on the general fund budget. And I'll stop for Representative Tepler. She wanted to chime in, it looks like.
Yes, thank you, Colleen. Yes, I just want to let this committee know that we are invited to participate in a brief discussion on the supplemental budget. The issues involve a couple of positions that are being eliminated, so it's not a huge amount of money or a very in-depth conversation, but we are invited to join the committee. I believe it's at 10 a.m. on the 27th of January. I don't think we've yet gotten an invitation though, a Zoom invitation. Colleen, can you confirm that?
No, we have not yet. The Appropriations Committee staff will be sharing that in advance of the public hearing. And as Representative Kepler mentioned, there are a few discrete items in the supplemental budget that are within the policy areas that the HCIFS committee has jurisdiction over. So we have been invited to participate in that public hearing. And then following the public hearing, the committee will be invited to provide some written comments back to the Appropriations Committee with your recommendations on those particular items. So hopefully we'll have some more specific information for you this week, and I can share the documents related to those issues with you as well.
Thank you, Colleen.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then the last few things really are just, as I mentioned before, there are particular processes associated with reviewing gubernatorial nominations. The committee may be reviewing some nominations later this session and some more information to come on that, but there are some rules that guide the committee's process for that. Use of the committee room, I think this may not be particularly relevant initially right now, but during the session, the committee chairs and other committee members must coordinate use of the committee room with the committee clerk. So if there are opportunities where you're going to be in the committee room or if you'd like to use the committee room, the rules do require that you coordinate that with Christian. Outside of the legislative session, the use of the committee room is coordinated through the Legislative Information Office. And lastly, confidentiality, to the extent that the committee is working with confidential records. The committee is required to observe the requirements of the joint rules and the Maine's freedom of access laws. That's really it. And sort of quickly going over what the joint rules are. And as I mentioned, there is an opportunity for the committee and a requirement that the committee vote and adopt the rules and then submit those rules back to the presiding officers. If there are some changes, again, that Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler mentioned the possibility of making some edits with regard particularly to eating and drinking. we would provide those edits and submit those to the presiding officers for their approval. Yeah, Representative Bleier, I think, has his hand up. Maybe some others,
Representative Bleier.
as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The question is for Colleen. Colleen, I think you mentioned something to the effect of refraining from making a phone call during public hearings. I know in the past we could leave the committee room if we had an important phone call. If we mute ourselves and shut our screen down, are we able to make phone calls at that time? So could you just kind of?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, Representative Bleier and Representative Tepler and I had this conversation this morning. Basically, if you turn off your video and mute yourself, it's as if you've left the committee room. You also do have the option of leaving the Zoom and then rejoining it. But for committee members, it's probably more expeditious to simply turn off your camera and mute yourself. And then it's the same as stepping out into the hallway, and we would treat it the same way. Okay, Representative Tepler, you're on mute.
Shoot, sorry. I actually accidentally clicked on our clerk's ask to unmute button. That didn't quite work. So I'm sorry. I apologize. One of those little glitches. I wanted to say that in a year where we're meeting in person, Senator Sanborn and I would normally open our office to any and all members. However, because of the extraordinary circumstances and the pandemic, we are not going to make our office available to committee members because it may be a place where our clerk has to go at some points, or our analyst, Ms. McCarthy-Reed, has to go at some point. So I'm sorry we can't offer that as a shared space this year, but hopefully in the future we will be able to go back to offering it as a shared space.
And eating pecan pie. I also just wanted to say, I think it's full of rolling chairs at the moment, so it's really not a great space anyway. It's a storage closet currently. So we're just gonna continue to pivot here and take things as they come. Colleen, where should we go to next? On to OFPR?
Sure. I think Representative Bleier might have his hand raised, but we can definitely.
Oh, again. Okay. Sorry, Representative Bleier, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real briefly, can you explain, so when we used to caucus as a party, how would that happen during, during workshops and things of that nature? How are the Republicans going to gather? How are the Democrats going to gather to caucus? How's that going to work?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Representative Bleier, and one that we should talk about publicly so that the public knows that as well. My understanding is that there are additional Zoom licenses so that the partisan staff that in your partisan office will have an additional Zoom license for example, the Republicans on the HCIFS committee, and you guys can convene a Zoom meeting before, after, during our public meetings, and in those cases may have to leave this meeting, jump onto another Zoom, come back to this Zoom, and it's really probably as simple as just clicking a different link and then hitting leave and then clicking another link to rejoin the meeting. So those, the partisan offices will be bringing people up to speed. I think this week it's just orientation, so the final details on that haven't been distributed yet, but that is my understanding, is that's the plan, is that there are these additional Zoom licenses, and those will be set up through your aides and through your partisan offices, so that the clerk and the analyst are not involved because they're nonpartisan. Does that answer your question? You certainly could use other means, telephone, text, those kinds of things as well, but I think the plan is to have these Zoom caucuses. Anybody else have any questions before we proceed? Okay, great. Colleen, go ahead. Oh, Representative Tepler. I didn't see your hand go up. There you go.
I put it up physically, just Madam Chair, because it was just quicker than
Okay.
finding the reaction. So excuse me, but I just want to add to Representative Blyer's concerns that any member can request a caucus, a partisan caucus at any time. Just so you know that.
Okay, Colleen.
Yeah, okay. So I thought maybe right now I would just run through quickly some of the sort of the staffing services that OPLA can provide and give you a sort of a quick walkthrough of legislative confidentiality and then the website, and then Lauren can present on OFPR if that works. I'll try to.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's what we'll do. So I'm going to share, give you an orientation quickly as I go and open this up into sort of where you're also going to be able to find committee related materials moving forward. So if everybody can see the legislature's website, at the top, there is a link for committees, and folks will be able to go in and select individual committees. And if you click on the HCIFS committee, you'll see at the top of each page, you'll see that the page here is where you'll be able to find links to listen to the committee meetings, any public hearings, and calendar related items are also found on this page. So you can see the public hearings that we have scheduled to date are listed here. You'll also see links to those public notices, and also to the committee's weekly schedule will be posted here. So this is going to be a good resource for you and for members of the public moving forward. But at the top of the page, there are also several links. There's a link for testimony submission. So for members of the public, when we move forward, when they want to register to testify in a particular LD, this is the link that they'll use to submit written testimony, and there'll also be additional links added about if they want to actually orally testify at a public hearing, that'll be added. The link to YouTube for the public to access our meetings and to listen in is here as well as the mailing list link for folks to subscribe to be members of our mailing list to get notices and be kept up to date on happenings of the committee. But the one that I wanted to highlight for you today is the committee materials link. And so this will be the link moving forward where we'll be posting materials, particularly probably work session materials that I will be providing and using for the committee's work during work sessions. So there are already some orientation materials that we have posted here, and you'll be able to, this will be supplemented as we move forward during the session. But for our purposes this morning, I just wanted to highlight two of them, sort of the FAQ about analysts and then the legislative confidentiality. And then if there are others, and if we have time, be happy to go over any of the other ones for committee members, or if folks want to set up, especially for the newer members, if you want to talk further about some of these items, I'm happy to meet with you individually. So just to kind of give you some background about what we do for the committee as legislative analysts. I think, as I mentioned, the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis, or OPLA, as everybody calls it, is a nonpartisan office of the legislature. And as your committee analysts, we provide the professional nonpartisan staffing services for the committee. Analysts from OPLA staff all the joint standing committees, except there are some analysts in the Office of Fiscal and Program Review that work with the taxation and the appropriations and financial affairs committees. We are part of the nonpartisan staff. We're hired specifically to work with and for all legislators in a nonpartisan fashion with both parties in accordance with legislative council policies. So we work both with the committee as a whole and with individual committee members and other legislators. And we are governed by policies related to confidentiality and nonpartisanship, which I'll touch on. But, you know, what we do throughout the session really is anything that you can imagine we might do as your committee staff. We will assist the committee chairs in facilitating the process and organizing, scheduling for the committee. We provide nonpartisan policy and legal analysis of the proposed legislation that you're considering and issues that come before the committee. We help identify and provide information to you on the public policy and legal issues that may arise in particular legislative proposals. And then we help write all of the committee's papers, including committee amendments, both unanimous reports, majority reports, minority reports, committee bills, any other reports and correspondence that the committee is considering during the legislative session. And we help you understand what the legislative proposals do and how they fit into current law, and to help facilitate your decision making on each proposal that you're considering. Some of the other things that you may or may not know that we can assist the committee with is, you know, we do work with interested parties. If the committee is interested in putting together small groups or to sort of work through areas where there might be agreement or disagreement on particular legislative proposals, and we might then work with those folks and then report back to the committee. Depending on how the committee moves forward with considering legislation this session, sometimes this can save time for the committee and help, you know, try to see if there's a possibility for reaching consensus. Other times, you know, the committee may want to do some of that work themselves during work sessions and sort of work it out among themselves and not send interested parties or committee staff out to sort of meet and discuss things and then bring it back to the committee into a work session. We can also conduct research for committee members on particular issues that are of interest to you or to the committee. A couple of sort of caveats about what we ask legislators be aware that the things that we cannot do as nonpartisan staff. Please ask us, and we're here, you know, I'm here to help in any way that I can. But if there is something that I cannot do because of it might touch on sort of a partisan activity, we will be able to suggest other people or other resources that may be helpful to you. And this is really the bottom line is because we are nonpartisan staff, we cannot and do not act in any manner inside or outside of the legislature in our professional and personal capacities that is or could appear to be partisan. So hopefully rest assured that I'll provide the same level of professional assistance to all members of the committee. And please reach out whenever you have any questions. I'm happy to help. Physically, you know, if you're in the legislature, you're here at the State House complex. We are located in the Cross Office Building, our offices. Right now, because the offices are technically closed to the public. If you are in the State House and you would like to touch base or meet with me, we can do it by phone, we can do it by Zoom, and I can also meet with folks by appointment, and there are spaces that we can go where we're properly distanced to have those face-to-face and masked, face-to-face but masked meetings. So that's what I just wanted to highlight for you. And then the other item, relates to legislative confidentiality. And I touched on this as well, but I just want to highlight for you that legislative staff, we are governed by a strict confidentiality policy. So any communications between that I have between legislators and myself are confidential. We are required to protect protect the confidentiality of any requests for assistance or advice or information that we have related to documents that are considered and before the committee. So any request for assistance, any advice for information, any written materials that you ask me to prepare on your behalf, those are confidential, and I may not share them unless you give me specific permission to do so. And so typically too, if there are committee documents that I'm preparing for a work session or other meeting of the committee, those documents remain confidential until I have permission of the committee to publicly, to publicly distribute them. So that's something to keep in mind. That legislative papers and reports become public only when, with permission of the requester and when publicly distributed in accordance with legislative rules. I don't think I'll mention anything else about any of these particular orientation materials in the interest of time, but just to sort of let you know and point out that they are here for you. If there are any questions or you need further information about any of these items, I'm happy to talk with you further about it, but probably this now might be a good time for Lauren to step in and give you an introduction to the staffing services that the Office of Fiscal and Program Review will provide, and she'll provide to the committee during the session.
Thanks, Colleen. So again, hi, I'm Lauren Mateer. I work in the Office of Fiscal and Program Review, or OFPR for short. OFPR has a lot of different duties, but I'm just mostly going to be talking about how I'll be relevant to your committee work. So first, OFPR, like Colleen was mentioning, we work confidentially and we're very nonpartisan and objective. So we provide financial analysis and information to members of the Maine State Legislature. So if you have a question regarding like historical appropriations to a department that this committee covers, you should feel free to direct your questions towards me, and I can provide that information for you. Similarly, we also have different publications available on our website. So you are free to peruse the OFPR website, and we do like a 10-year appropriations history for every department in Maine state government. We have a compendium of revenues that the Maine state government takes in each year. We also have a tax booklet, so you can learn information about different taxes within Maine state government. We have a lot of resources, so if you have questions, please always feel free to direct your questions towards me, or you can ask Colleen, and I can work with Colleen to get you that information. Second, the primary thing that I do for this committee is I compile the fiscal notes. So any bill that this committee reports out that has like a favorable vote for it, so that includes majority and minority reports. I conduct a fiscal analysis on the bill. Sometimes a bill might just be a minor cost to a department, and you'll get a fiscal note back saying minor cost absorbed. This is not considered a significant impact on the state budget. Those types of bills will just go forward to the full legislature for a vote. They don't go to something called the special appropriations table. When a bill has a significant impact upon state government, say that you impose a new fee on a department, take away a fee, something like that, you require significant new service of a department, that might require extensive financial resources for a department. I'll work with the department to identify about how much it might cost, produce like a fiscal note in a review. You can read that review. And I'm happy to answer any questions about what my fiscal note might say as well. Those bills typically will be flagged to go to something called a special appropriations table. And typically that means that the Appropriations Committee will have to review it before it's able to be passed by the full legislature. And I think the last thing that I wanted to touch upon was just the budget. I think Colleen mentioned this briefly, that you guys will get the chance to review the budget, the areas that are related to the departments that you cover. I'm here to answer questions about that upon request. And then when you go in front of appropriations, I'll also be there. to answer any questions that might arise. So really, I'm just here. I'm a resource. I'm independent, nonpartisan. I'm just happy to help. I think that's it.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Representative Matheson.
Thank you very much. I was just curious, as a new legislator, what's the timing typically for the fiscal notes and preparation?
So it depends. Sometimes there's something called a preliminary analysis of a fiscal note, and that is just on an original bill. If I have time and it's pretty obvious what a bill will cost or that it won't cost anything, I'll quickly do that and say no fiscal impact or something like that. If it's going to be complicated, or I think it might be complicated, I usually refrain from asking the department for financial information until you guys have voted on an amended version of the bill. So I have kind of the final version, so it's not multiple iterations of a fiscal note, and it just gets really confusing. The timing of that sometimes just depends on the information that I'm able to get back from the department. I want to give them as much opportunity as I can to weigh in and say if they think this will cost something, if they think that they need a new position to do this. So sometimes I think we shoot for 5 days after we get a fiscal note request. I'm going to be honest, that does not always happen, but I try.
Great. Representative Arford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for Lauren. I'm also a new person on the committee. And how do you prefer that we communicate with you? If we have something relatively urgent, is there a phone number we can call you on, or would you always prefer that we start with an email? What's your preference?
I prefer email, just because I'm working remotely. And so I think in this case, phone might not be the quickest way to get in touch with me. But I'm happy to provide OFPR's phone number to Colleen. And you can call into OFPR, and then our secretary will get in touch with me, and I can give you a call back as well. Really, whatever you prefer is my preferred method too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll just mention here for the new folks also that the vast majority of what we do on the HCIFS committee has no general fund impact. We are typically working with the Bureau of Insurance and the Department of Professional Financial Regulation, and those two parts of government are generally funded entirely through what's called other special revenue, which is fees from licensees or other sorts of dedicated revenue streams that don't touch the general fund. And as a result, we tend to be less involved in budget negotiations and less involved in budget issues, and frankly, less fiscal note difficulties than some other committees that are working through fiscal notes all the time. I think Lauren would agree with me on that. And I guess the only one flag I would say is that most of our dealings with healthcare regulations touch the state employee health plan, and so often if we do have a general fund fiscal note, it's related to the impact of a particular regulation on the main state employee health plan, which is a self-funded, self-insured plan. All right. I don't know, Lauren, if there's anything you want to add on that topic.
No, I fully agree. This is my easiest committee to staff for fiscal notes. Just the other special revenue component makes it a little bit simpler for sure.
Right. So generally speaking, other special revenue related fiscal notes don't land you on the special appropriations table. And so that means that our bills can pass without having to wait for the whole budget to pass, which is kind of nice as well. Okay, Colleen, what's next?
Oh, I forgot how to unmute myself. Okay. I don't have the agenda pulled up, but I think the last thing after Lauren was just to kind of give the committee a brief overview of some of the work that we can expect this session. Is that right? I think so.
Yeah, I think that is the last thing on the agenda, and I just wanted to welcome Representative Connor, who's just joined us. So thank you for joining us, Representative Connor. Can you take a moment to introduce yourself to the committee?
Yes, absolutely. I apologize. I was in another meeting.
No problem.
I am Representative Connor, John Connor. I represent District 58, part of Lewiston, and I am a retired military member. I'm a freshman here in the House of Representatives, and I'm looking forward to working with this great committee of folks here. So I'll be brief. I apologize for being late again.
Welcome, and we look forward to working with you. So Colleen, I don't know how much depth you want to get into in terms of the tasks we have before us, but I think that is the last item for this morning's agenda.
Yeah, and for some reason I can't pull up the document, so I'll just first, I don't know why it won't work for this one, but I'll just sort of run through this generally orally, and I'll make sure to share this document, get it posted on the website for the committee. But I just wanted to give the committee kind of a sense of an overview of the work of the committee generally during the legislative session. I think, as you're all aware, sort of the bulk of the work is the committee's consideration of bills that will be referred to the committee. And that really is sort of your primary focus. The expectation this session, I think, is that the committee can expect a range of between, I would say, 115 to 135 bills based on sort of the preliminary bill titles that have been released by the revisor's office. There are always changes, up or down, but that'll give the committee kind of a sense of how many bills that we'll be considering. That's pretty consistent with how many the committee considered in the 129th legislative session. One of the things to mention is that during the 129th legislature, the name of the committee and the jurisdiction of the committee was broadened somewhat. Prior to that, the committee was called the Insurance and Financial Services Committee. And then in the 129th legislature, the name was changed to the Health Coverage, Insurance and Financial Services Committee. And the jurisdiction of the committee was broadened beyond sort of the focus on all areas of insurance and financial services to include jurisdiction over some health coverage issues, including professional licensing related to health professions. So that expanded the committee's scope of legislation. So in addition to sort of health coverage programs and sort of proposals related to expanding the scope of health coverage, we added jurisdiction over bills related to professional health licensing. And we also added more jurisdiction over legislative proposals related to prescription drugs. So those, in addition to sort of the traditional areas that the committee has considered legislation in, those additional areas will be part of legislative proposals that you consider this session as well. And I will share, I think I shared with you some of this document already in the preliminary list of titles of bills before the committee, but we'll get that posted on the committee's website as well for you and for your information. We touched on the committee's also has a role in reviewing the governor's proposed budget. We talked about the sort of immediate activity related to the emergency supplemental budget, where there are a few items within the jurisdiction of the committee. But during the remainder of the first regular session, you can expect that the committee will have some involvement with the Appropriations Committee as they consider the governor's proposed biennial budget for the next 2 fiscal years with regard to the agencies that are within the HCIFS committee jurisdiction. And we touched on some of them already, but just to sort of highlight for you, the primary sort of department that the committee has jurisdiction over is the Department of Professional Financial Regulation. And that includes the Bureau of Insurance, the Bureau of Financial Institutions, the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, and the Office of Securities. And we'll be having some orientation. Part of our orientation meeting on Thursday afternoon will be an introduction to those agencies. In addition to those areas, the committee also has some jurisdiction overlapping with other committees with regard to funding of health coverage for state employees through the state employee health plan that we'll be talking about and be highlighted as part of the budget. And then as well, you also have jurisdiction over the Maine Health Data Organization, the health affiliated licensing boards, as I mentioned, and the Maine Quality Forum, which is a state entity that promotes healthcare quality, that you'll have some introduction to further as part of the budget process. So in addition to sort of the review of legislative documents and the budget, the committee also has an oversight role with regard to agency rulemaking. And so there are some statutory requirements for the committee to review regulatory agendas of each agency within its jurisdiction, and there'll be some materials provided to you later, and sort of a meeting, part of a meeting scheduled to sort of fulfill that statutory responsibility. And then the committee also has some oversight over major substantive rules, which provides some additional legislative review for particular rules that have been designated by the legislature as what's called major substantive. But really what that does is trigger additional legislative review and approval before those rules can be adopted by a particular agency. And one of the first public hearings you have scheduled next week relates to a review of a major substantive rule of the Maine Health Data Organization. So we'll talk more about that process next week, but I wanted to sort of give you another heads up about that as sort of one of the important oversight roles of the committee as you move forward. Lastly, I'll just mention another process for oversight of agencies, which is laid out in the statute called the Government Evaluation Act. And that's a process that requires sort of a periodic review by the legislature of agencies within the committee's jurisdiction. It happens on every 8-year process of certain agencies. This legislative session in the 130th, there are no agencies scheduled for Government Evaluation Act review by the committee, but those members who are returning from the 129th legislature can remember we did have some Government Evaluation Act review related to the health affiliated licensing boards last session, and previous sessions involved review of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation as well. So that's a component of the committee's work, although this particular session in the 130th, the committee is not statutorily required to undertake any of those reviews, although the statute does allow the committee at any time upon notification to an agency to decide, if you do decide to review a particular agency within your jurisdiction, you do have that authority under the statute. And then the last thing that I'll mention, oh yeah, sure.
Did we actually finish our GEA reviews last year?
Yeah,
did we get them all done?
We did finish them technically, of all the health affiliated licensing boards, but there was some additional legislative recommendations that the committee made, and the committee introduced a bill to direct some additional follow-up work and consideration by each of those boards for proposed statutory recommendations to be submitted in this session. But because the committee never was able to come back into a special session, that was never fully considered by the legislature. So that particular sort of piece of it, if the committee is interested in moving forward with it, related legislation did not happen, although the committee did fulfill their statutory responsibility for reviewing each of the agencies.
Yeah, and my understanding is that some of that legislation that we wanted the boards to engage in is coming forward this session as a result of our GEA activities last year, just without the same procedural process that would have taken place if we had not had COVID hit.
Right, I think that's right. I think some of the boards have some independent authority to introduce legislation, and you may be seeing some related proposals to that this session. Representative.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you. I just want to suggest that maybe at some point we want to review that legislation because it was a committee bill, I believe.
It was.
And we may want to consider whether or not we want to resubmit a, what's the right word, a version of it, not necessarily the bill as it was, because some of the work is being done, but that would cover those boards that haven't responded to our proposed legislation in the last session.
Yeah, and I think Commissioner Head is going to speak to that when we chat with her at some point in the orientation. Maybe it's Thursday afternoon, I think, that we talk with her. So
okay,
great.
Yep.
Great.
The last thing I'll mention is just with regard to reports that the committee receives from agencies that are required by statute or some that are required by letter. With regard to a particular piece of legislation that the committee might have considered last session. As the legislative session gets up and running here in January and over the next month and few months moving forward, there will be statutorily required reports that are submitted to the committee that I will be sharing with you electronically. And one of the things I did want to mention is the website that I showed you before, where we're posting orientation materials. In addition to emailing you copies of each report, we will be, in lieu of providing hard copies, posting all of those reports that are received from agencies on the committee's website. So there are some that are scheduled to be submitted to the committee this month. There are some coming in February related to legislation considered last session. Some have recently been filed and submitted to the committee. So I do have 6 reports that were already delivered to you in hard copy, sort of before we sort of move to this electronic process, that have been delivered to your legislative mailboxes, but moving forward, we'll be providing legislative documents in hard copy. So, I mean, in electronic copy, and posting them on the website. So what I will try to do is send you links to those documents as opposed to attaching them to your email, because some of them can be quite large. But if that works for everybody, let me know. If there is any particular need for paper copies and hard copies, we can work with the partisan offices to get those, work with them to get those copies made for you. So that's my understanding of how that process is going to work in terms of reports that are submitted to each individual committee as we move forward.
Excellent. I think this is going to be a good change with some less minimizing the waste and still allowing us to access the information. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to add something, if it's all right and appropriate at this moment, since this is our first orientation meeting. I want to say that I am available to all of the House members, in particular as your House Chair, regardless of party, to discuss what's going on in committee, any concerns you have about what's going on in committee, or any questions you have about what's going on in committee. So please feel free to give me a phone call, send me an email, whatever, so that I can respond to your concerns or questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've reached the end of our agenda for this morning's portion of the meeting. And I want to echo what my co-chair just said in terms of just sort of thinking about our work together going forward. We're not going to be able to share pecan pie and other delicious snacks in the chair's office, as we often did, as a way of breaking bread together, getting to know each other and building trust amongst the committee members. But despite that inability to share a meal at this time, I do want to just sort of say nonetheless that our committee, for the previous 4 years that I've served on it, and in the 2 years going forward, has been a place where amazing bipartisan work has been done. Really groundbreaking work on prescription drug reform, on providing access to healthcare for Mainers, and ensuring things like surprise medical billing regulations can be passed in a bipartisan way with really hard work done across the aisle, and with all members of our committee. And I want to continue that. I really take pride in the bipartisan work that I've done in leading the committee and working with my Republican colleagues. And I look forward to that continuing. And I know Representative Tepler shares that attitude and orientation as we go forward. So just want to start with that comments, and we have a long track record of having done that. We've put Maine absolutely in the forefront of health reform as a result of the bipartisan work that we've done, and I look forward to continuing that with all of you. With that, are there any other comments that folks would like to make in our morning session? Representative Tepler. You're on mute.
There we go. I guess I was already unmuted. Sorry. Yeah, I want to add that this afternoon, Senator Sanborn has some other responsibilities, so I will be chairing the meeting, and just want you all to know that, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, just logistically, Christian, do you want to refresh everybody's memory when we do break about how they get in and get out of the meeting?
Absolutely. So the link that you guys all used to join this first morning meeting is going to be the same for this afternoon meeting. You can use any one of the several emails I sent you. They'll all get you to the same place. Just keep in mind that when you join, the stream will still be live. So this morning we had a couple minutes to make sure everybody's cameras were on, and then we pressed go on the stream. When you come back in, it'll already be streaming.
Great. And just for the public, it'll be streaming, but we won't be back until about 1:30 today. And we are kind of taking this opportunity to allow folks to join other meetings, have lunch, let their dogs out, or check on their children who are doing remote learning, those types of things. So we are following a slightly different scheduling practice in this committee with regard to Zoom. And we'll feel our way through that as well as we go along. So I am a part of another committee. I'm on the Judiciary Committee, as some members of our other members of our committee also have double duty. And so from time to time, you will see that various members of our committee are not joining us as they're attending other meetings of the legislature or otherwise. So with that, I think we will pause the meeting until we reconvene at 1:30, unless anyone else has any last parting thoughts. All right. Thanks, guys. I look forward to working with you.
Christian, am I a co-host now?
Yes, you should be. Let me check. Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it is 1:30 p.m., so I'm going to get going as I see many of our members are joining us. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Denise Tepler, co-chair of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. Welcome, and this is a continuation of this morning's orientation meeting of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. And we will be joined this afternoon by representatives of several of our divisions that we oversee, including the Commissioner of the Bureau of Insurance, Eric Chapa, Joanne Rawlings-Secu, who is from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. And I think I see also the attorney for the commissioner present. And although normally we don't do reintroductions in the afternoon, I'm going to actually ask the committee members to quickly reintroduce themselves so that our guests can know who you are. So let's begin with, let's see if I can do this in the right order. Representative Quint, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to our panel?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. My name is Representative Quint. I represent District 144. That would be the Holton, the greater Holton area. And I am, do you want me to do the same as what I did earlier, or just enough just to say my name?
I think that you've done fine, except just add the number of your district, please, Ms. Representative Quint.
Yes, it's 144.
Okay, great. Thank you. And moving on, I'm going to ask Representative Arford to introduce herself.
Yes, this is Poppy Arford, and I will be turning on my screen in just a minute. But for now, I represent District 49 in Brunswick, the western half of Brunswick.
Thank you, Representative Arford. And I don't see, here's Representative Connor. I knew I saw him trying to come on board before. Sorry to catch you right away, Representative Connor, but could you introduce yourself again, because we have several guests joining us this afternoon. It would be useful for them to know who you are.
Absolutely. Can you hear me now okay?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. So again, my name is Representative Jonathan Connor. I represent District 58, part of Lewiston. I am a freshman. This is my first term. I'm also on the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm a retired Air Force veteran of 20 plus years. Moved back to Maine in 2016 with my beautiful wife and 3 children, and we have 1 grandchild. And just looking forward to a great session with everybody in this committee.
Thank you, Representative Connor. And Representative Evans, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you. I am Representative Richard Evans. I represent House District 120, including Dover, Foxcroft, and several of the surrounding towns. I am also a veteran of the Air Force, where I served as a hospital and medical group commander, and have been intensely involved with the Affordable Care Act, and that's why I was interested in serving on this committee. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Evans. Representative Matheson, please introduce yourself to our guests.
Thank you so much. My name is Christy Matheson. I'm representing District 1, Kittery, Maine. I am also a healthcare practitioner and really looking forward to working together.
Thank you. And Representative Melorano.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gina Melorano, and I represent part of Auburn, House District 62. Thanks.
Thank you. And Representative Bleier?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Representative Mark Bleier. I represent District 22, which is Leamington, part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Thank you. And Representative Brooks, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Brooks, and I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Thank you. And Representative Morris?
Good afternoon. I'm State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and a little bit of Livermore.
Thank you, Representative Morris. And Senator Brenner?
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which is Scarborough, Gorham, and Buxton. I also am the Senate Chair of the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. This is my first term in the legislature, and I'm also a nurse midwife and a small business owner. I operate a farm, so I'm looking forward to doing good work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brenner. And Senator, last but certainly not least, and we're glad you could join us this afternoon, Senator Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and it's great to be with you all today. I'm Senator Trey Stewart. I was formerly in the House, the Assistant Republican Leader in the House the last term, and made the big jump over to the other chamber this term. This is actually my first meeting with the legislature for the 130th, and I apologize for missing this morning. I'm also in law school, and we happen to have a 1 week class that meets just the mornings of this week. So I won't be with you Thursday morning either, but will be going forward. And I also am on the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee, which is going to be a bit of a heavy lift, I think, this session, which means I'll be jumping from screen to screen. So I apologize in advance if that causes any inconvenience. I'll do my best to try to minimize any interruptions, particularly for the chair's sake. And Senate District 2, I should say, which is Southern Aroostook to Northern Penobscot, basically everything from Presque Isle down to Lee, 51 communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. And for the general information of the public, a number of our members have multiple duties to take care of between law school and other committees. So not everyone will always be present as we listen to public testimony. And this afternoon, we're going to have a general overview of the health insurance market presented by our wonderful analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed. And for those of you who weren't with us this morning, I'd like to also introduce our clerk, Christian Ricci. Christian, do you want to just say hello, and then we'll ask Colleen to take it away.
Well, it's good to be with you all again this afternoon.
Thank you. Colleen?
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. As Representative Tepler said, we thought we'd start off this afternoon with me providing some slides, giving you sort of a high-level overview of health coverage in Maine and sort of where the committee's role and jurisdiction over certain health care issues, particularly health insurance issues, falls within sort of healthcare coverage in general. And then after I go through the slides, we have invited the real experts on insurance issues from the Bureau of Insurance to answer your questions, and we'll have an opportunity after the overview to have more of a back and forth and questions with them. I did want to say too that there'll be opportunities later on in the session and as we move forward with some of our orientation meetings to have more briefings and discussions of some specific health related topics. But today's presentation was really just to kind of try to give you a high level overview. And if there are questions that the Bureau can answer today, they will. And if there are additional issues and topics that you'd like to hear more about, That's also part of what today is intended to be. So there can be some follow-up either from myself or from the Bureau of Insurance, and we can schedule additional meetings and times to talk about the issues that are of interest to you. So with that said, I'm gonna share my screen. I did email out to the committee members a copy of these slides, and we will get them posted as well to the committee's website for members of the public in addition. But I'm gonna.
And Colleen, would you prefer people hold their questions until the end, or would you be willing to be interrupted as you go through this if people do have questions?
I don't mind if people want to interrupt me with questions. I did want to ask, does everybody see all of my screen, or is some of the screen hidden by, some of the slides hidden for everybody?
I only see the initial slide.
Okay, but you see all of the slides, so I'm not cutting anything off in your
Nope,
view. Okay.
I see the entire slide. And
great.
folks, if you do want to ask a question, please, under reactions, click the button that says raise hand, and I'll be looking for it, and we'll attempt to call on you if you have a question for Ms. McCarthy-Reed.
Yeah, and please, feel free to interrupt me as we move forward. I may not, that helps. I may not be able to see everybody's raised hand the way I'm presenting on the screen, but feel free to jump right in. I'm happy to answer questions. And as I said, folks from the Bureau of Insurance will be available after to answer some of your more specific questions. So I may defer some of those until they have an opportunity to weigh in, but I'm happy to answer them as we move forward. So as I mentioned before, really what the chairs had asked me to do today was just to kind of try to give you a sense of healthcare coverage in Maine, but particularly with an eye toward the committee's oversight role and what areas of healthcare coverage the committee has oversight over, and what issues the committee will be considering this session as we move forward. So this first slide is really based on information, and the Bureau of Insurance was kind enough to share a couple of slides with me in advance of today's presentation. And this is based on information from them and also from statistics from the Kaiser Family Foundation that just gives you a sense based on by percentage of the population in Maine in 2019, which is the year for which we have the most recent information, where folks in Maine get their healthcare coverage. And you'll see in the pie chart, Maine's population is about 8% uninsured. We have 6% of the population receives their coverage through individual health insurance. 22% receives coverage through insured employers. Through the 28% get their coverage through what's called self-insured employers. And then you'll see on the other side of the pie chart, 18% of the population are covered through the Medicare program, and about 20% are covered through MaineCare or the Medicaid program. In terms of regulation and oversight of health insurance, the ability to regulate under state law is determined by the type of coverage that somebody has. So it's important for, I think, the committee members to keep in mind that those who receive their coverage through the Medicare or military programs, those programs are regulated by federal law and rule primarily. Medicaid similarly is regulated by federal law, but because there are some provisions, it is a partnership program, if you will, with the states. There are some parts of the MaineCare program that is subject to state oversight. But I would mention here that the policy committee with jurisdiction over MaineCare is not the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. The legislation related to the MaineCare program is considered by the Health and Human Services Committee. those individuals who receive their coverage through self-insured employers and those health plans are regulated by federal law and rule. And here in this area, state law is preempted by a federal law known as ERISA, which is the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. And when I refer to an employer plan that is self-insured, what that means is while the health plan may be administered by an insurance company or what's called the third-party administrator, the funding and the payment for those healthcare services that someone receives from through those plans are paid directly by the employer. With someone who's covered by an insurance policy, the employer-based group or the individual pays premiums to the insurance company, and then the insurance company is responsible for paying those claims. So those that are covered in Maine through individual and employer-based health insurance policies that they purchase from insurers that are authorized to do business in Maine, those policies are able to be regulated by state law and rule. So if you consider the pie chart that go back to the pie chart that we saw, and I'm going forward, not backwards, so I apologize. Can't go back. I don't know why it won't let me go back. There we go. If we go back to the pie chart here, insured employers are 22% of the population by percentage in Maine that receive their coverage through group-based health insurance policies, and 6% receive their coverage through individual policies. So that's really the universe of folks that would be covered by any legislation that the committee is considering this session. I mean, the bulk of the application of the laws that you're going to be considering to enact would be affecting that piece of the population in Maine. So I think that's an important thing to consider for the committee moving forward. This next, oh, I see a hand.
Yes,
Senator Brenner, is that you? Yeah.
Brenner, yes, please ask your question.
Thank you, Representative Stepler. Ms. McCarthy-Reed, can you please state that just one more time? I just want to get that.
Sure.
I write that down. Thank you.
Just to go back, yeah. I mean, what I was saying is that the one of the things to keep in mind that the legislation that is referred to the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee typically is only going to apply to those entities that are regulated by state law and rule. And those are those people who receive their coverage through individual and employer-based group health insurance policies. So the legislation that you consider and that you will, if you enact it, the application of your laws, once they are enacted, only apply to that piece of the population generally. There are, if there is a proposed, that's not to say that the committee couldn't consider a piece of legislation that might contain a part of it that might propose to impact the Maine Care program, for instance, because that is a type of coverage that can be regulated under state law. But most of the time, the legislation that the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee considers only applies to entities or health insurance carriers that are regulated under state law. And those are the ones that offer individual and group insurance in Maine.
So Senator Brenner, if I can give an example, the was it, I don't remember if it was exactly in the first session of the 129th, I think, we passed a bill to mandate insurance coverage of $3,000 per year, I think, for hearing aids. But that only affects 28% of the main market. We can't regulate the self-insured folks. So whether or not they cover hearing aids is up to them and not up to our state law. Or it's up to the federal government in some cases. And Rep. Matheson has a question as well. Please go ahead, Rep. Matheson.
Thank you very much. Just could you give me an example of what you mean by self-insured employers insurance?
Sure. I mean, one of the easiest examples, but it's also might be a difficult one, I guess, is the state employee health plan is a self-insured plan. That is one, because it is the state's own plan. The legislature can enact laws that affect the state employee health plan, but typically self-insured employers are those large employers that would have the capability to be able to self-pay, if you will, for the health coverage or the claims for their employees. Examples of self-funded plans in Maine would be companies like Bath Iron Works or LL Bean, or the University of Maine system has sometimes been a self-insured plan for their employees. So it's typically would be larger employers in Maine that would opt to self-insure their health coverage for their employees. Does that help?
You're all set, Rep. Matheson. And I wanted to check before I go on to the next person if Senator Brenner is all set as well, or she has a follow-up.
I'm all set, Representative Tepler. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And Representative Arford has a question.
Sure.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Is it possible in some instances to get federal waivers as sort of workarounds so that some of the bills or some of the things we may be proposing could actually apply to what would normally be the federally regulated insurance entities?
In some instances, yes, that might be possible. If it's specifically authorized under federal law, there are opportunities to receive waivers through the Maine Care program, for instance, and there is waiver authority under the Federal Affordable Care Act, and we'll talk about one particular instance where Maine has been granted a waiver with regard to its health insurance market under the ACA a little bit later, but there may be some possibilities to do that moving forward, but that would be specific to the particular proposal as to whether that authority would be available to the state.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised on my screen. So just this next slide is really just, again, based on information that the Bureau of Insurance was able to provide to give you a sense of the enrollment in health insurance coverage in Maine in 2019. And this pie chart shows the variation in enrollment between the individual market, the small group market, and the large group market in Maine. And hopefully folks can see the numbers, but the large group market is about 64% of those who receive health insurance coverage, what's called fully insured health insurance coverage. They purchase it through an authorized insurance carrier in Maine. It's a little less than 200,000 individuals in Maine. The small group market, and that is defined in law as groups of 50 or fewer employees, is a little more than 50,000 members in that market. And the individual market is about 20% and slightly over 61,000 folks were enrolled in individual insurance in Maine in 2019. Specifically, if you're, the health insurance laws in Maine are found in two titles, Title 24 and primarily Title 24A is where you'll find all of the state laws that regulate the insurance market in Maine. Title 24A is sort of the short answer, the short term reference to that is the insurance code. So you'll often hear us when we talk about the insurance code, we're most often referring to Title 24A. As I think you probably are all aware, the Bureau of Insurance in Maine is the state agency responsible for administering and enforcing the insurance laws. There are some provisions of the Federal Affordable Care Act that apply to insurers in Maine, and many of those have already been codified into state law. This is a slide that sort of gives you a sense of the individual health insurance market in Maine currently. For 2021, there are 3 carriers that offer and actively market individual health plans in Maine: Anthem, Maine Community Health Options, and Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. The individual health insurance market operates through open enrollment. So there is a specific time period in the calendar in the fall of each year where folks can enroll in individual health insurance coverage for the calendar year that begins in January. The law does allow for what's called special enrollment periods are available to individuals if they lose coverage during a calendar year due to a particular circumstance, whether it's a job loss or a change in family status. The other thing sort of to keep in mind too is that those individuals who purchase coverage through the Federal Affordable Care Act through the marketplace or the exchange are eligible for premium subsidies, or they're called advance premium tax credits through the ACA for individual plans. And those are the subsidies for individuals, which is based on their income, are available only for individual plans that are purchased through the marketplace. If someone purchases a plan outside of the marketplace from an insurer directly, they would not be eligible for a premium subsidy. This next slide just gives you a sense of the small group health insurance market. Again, I mentioned that a small group is defined in our state law as 50 or fewer eligible employees. So this would encompass many of Maine's small businesses that purchase health insurance for their employees. In 2021, there are more carriers that offer small group health plans in Maine than in the individual market. Anthem, Maine Community Health Options, Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, Aetna Life and Aetna Health Insurance are, I think, technically 2 different entities, but they offer plans, and also United Healthcare. I'd also mention that there are some carriers that do operate in Maine and renew coverage for people who were covered previously under their plans, but these are the carriers that were sort of actively marketing and offering small group plans in 2021 in Maine. Just a note about the Federal Affordable Care Act and subsidies. Premium subsidies are not available to those who are covered under small group health plans. This is a slide that just gives you a sense of rating in the individual and small group market. Rates in the large group market are filed by the Bureau of Insurance, but they're not reviewed and approved by the Bureau of Insurance through a more sort of formal process. They're filed for what's called informational purposes with the Bureau of Insurance, but individual and small group health plans are filed and approved by the Bureau of Insurance. Rates, the standard for review in the statute is that rates may not be excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory. The other thing to let you know is that carriers in both the small group and the individual market determine what's called a premium rate, a community rate, and that's a premium rate that would be charged to all individuals eligible for coverage. So they determine a rate for all, taking into account all those who are covered under the individual market or the small group market. They rate each market separately and determine a community rate for the individual market and a community rate for the small group market. And then the statute determines on what basis carriers are able to adjust those rates for an individual or for a particular small group. The statute does prohibit rating on the basis of gender, health status, occupation or industry, claims experience, or policy duration. It does allow carriers to adjust the community rate on the basis of certain factors, and those are laid out in the statute and on the slide. Some variation is allowed on the basis of age, geographic area, and tobacco use. And I've laid out for you on the last 3 bullets the maximum rating factors that can be used by carriers on the basis of age is 3-to-1. On the basis of geographic area, it's 1.5-to-1. And Maine is separated into 4 different areas statewide for which a carrier can apply that geographic area rating factor. And then tobacco use, the maximum rate differential is 1.5-to-1. This next slide just gives you a sense of some of the standardization in health plan designs in the individual and small group market that has been
1 minute.
required. Oh, I see
Colleen?
again. Yeah.
Colleen, yes, I'm sorry. I was going to tell you that Senator
Sure.
Stewart has his hand up. Senator Stewart, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If we could go back 1 slide,
Sure.
and just at the bottom of that, could you provide, I suspect that there are maps available, I'm particularly interested in the geographic area, where those areas are, and maybe talk about why there's a difference between the 3 categories, or what the legislative history may or may not be on that front as to why the basis of age is 3, but the geographic area is 1.5, tobacco use 1.5, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Sure. And I can provide you with some more information about the specific areas for how they are separated in Maine, but sort of generally there's several counties are grouped in sort of northern and down east Maine. There's a section for central and southern Maine. And I can, I do have a chart that would outline for you which counties are part of each of the 4 areas. So I can follow up with you and to provide that information. Some of the legislative history and the differences, I mean, there have been some changes in the variation that's been permitted kind of in Maine before the advent or the enactment of the Federal Affordable Care Act and afterwards. But generally now, the rating factors that Maine follows are consistent with what's permitted under federal law for the individual and the small group market. So any further variation using these factors would be, the feeling I think of would be, that this is consistent with the federal law and would be required under the federal law. And any additional variation that can be considered would have to take into account what's permitted under the ACA. And the Bureau can probably talk a little more about this once we get to the end of the slides. But we have considered legislation to make some changes to these rating factors in the past. And I think we probably will, as a committee, consider some legislation in the upcoming session to consider some changes, some additional changes. And that will be, we'll talk more about how Maine law fits into the Federal Affordable Care Act and what opportunities the state has available to them. Okay. I don't see any other hands. I think I was mentioning this slide about individual and back to the slide about the standardization of plans and the Affordable Care Act put some requirements in place for standardizing health plan designs in the individual and small group market. And they lay out different plans by what they call metal levels. And each metal level has varying deductibles, out-of-pocket maximums, and networks. But the general rule for these types of plans, if someone, an individual or is looking for health insurance coverage, or a small group is looking to purchase health insurance coverage, they will see different plan designs separated out by these metal levels. The gold metal level is intended to have an actuarial value of 80%, and 20% would be the expected cost share that the individual would have under those plans. Silver is 70%, bronze is 30%, and then you'll see the corresponding expected cost share. The slide does kind of give you a definition of what actuarial value of a particular plan is, and that's the plan design is supposed to be designed in such a way that 80% is the estimated percentage of the total cost that the carrier will be expected to pay for covered services in any given policy year. So the plan under a gold plan, the benefits that would be available to an individual would provide payment for 80% of the potential total cost. 20% would be expected to be contributed by an individual enrollee.
Representative, oops, am I?
Nope, go right ahead.
Not muted. Okay, Representative Matheson has a question on this, Colleen.
Sure.
Go ahead, Representative Matheson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a real quick clarification. You're going back and forth between individual and small group health plans. Are you assuming that the small group health plans are the employer-based groups? Is that the assumption? I'm just making sure that I understand the nomenclature.
Yes, a small group plan would be a plan purchased typically by an employer that would have 50 or fewer members covered under that plan. Yes. And small group.
That's under our purview.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And a small group is the term that's used in the insurance code. So that's why I keep using that term, but yes.
Thank you.
Was there another question? I can't see all the.
Poppy has a question. I'm sorry, Representative Arford has a question.
Thank you. Now, thank you, Representative Tepler. Or do we refer to you as Madam Chair because you are now the chair?
I mean, you can, when I'm chairing, you can refer to me as Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to learn this. I've never been on the exchange. And so I just want clarification. When you talk about like just the gold level, and it says 80%, is that after the deductible is met and it's 80% of what would be considered co-insurance up to the maximum out-of-pocket level? Or is there no deductible in these plans and you start off from the very start, from the very first bill, paying 20% up to this maximum out-of-pocket level?
No, I mean, I can provide, this is just, I can provide more specifics, but there are maximum out-of-pocket levels determined for each of the metal levels, which would include the deductible, the maximum deductibles, co-payments, and the like that you would be required to pay. So there are some variations, but this is sort of the general in the design of the plan and determining the actuarial value and the expected cost share. This is how the ACA has laid out the differences and the value of the benefits that someone is going to be purchasing for their insurance. So obviously, you know, the premiums for a gold plan would be more expensive than a silver plan or a bronze plan. And that's how it's sort of designed. And also, in most instances, the deductible levels would vary based on that as well. There are some other charts, and the Bureau of Insurance has some good information on their website, and I can share some links for the committee members. They have done for 2021 different charts that present the plans that are available in that compare the plans that are available in both the individual and the small group market. And I'll be happy to email that information to the committee and give you some links so you can see some more specifics about each of these meta level plans, for not only the deductible levels that are in place, but you can also see the different types of networks that are available with regard to each of the plans. And you can see some comparison among carriers as well, to see some differences in some of the, with regard to some of the particular plans that are offered by carriers, both in the individual and the small group market.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a note to share those charts. Didn't want to bog you down with too much detail today, if I could. Okay. In terms of benefits, there are some requirements in the Federal Affordable Care Act that requires that what's called individual and small group health plans provide what's called essential health benefits. And they're defined in the Federal Affordable Care Act as benefits in 10 different categories. And those are listed here and bullet pointed for you. Ambulatory patient services, emergency services, hospitalization, lab services, maternity and newborn care, mental health and substance use disorder services, pediatric services, prescription drugs, preventive wellness services, chronic disease management, and rehabilitative and habilitative services and devices. So those are the 10 broad categories. And then there are some more specific requirements as to the specific services that are covered and required, both in statute and by rule, particularly, you know, with regard to preventive services. There are particular preventive services that are required under the ACA and codified in state law that would be required. I'd also mention that there are provisions where state law also mandates certain benefits that must be included in individual and group plans. Some of those requirements in state law predate the Federal Affordable Care Act, and they were sort of grandfathered in, if you will, to our individual and group plans that weren't in place when the Federal Affordable Care Act was enacted. And other provisions have been added into state law since the Federal Affordable Care Act has been enacted. Excuse me. Representative Tepler mentioned one particular law that was considered in the 129th legislature, which expanded, broadened the scope of the coverage that was required for hearing aids, for example. And I do have some information that I can provide and post to our committee website that is sort of a chart of all of the mandated insurance benefits that are required to be provided as part of individual and group health insurance plans that are sold in Maine. Okay. One thing I wanted to mention briefly, and I know that we're going to have some more specific orientation to issues related to these next two slides as we move forward this session, but I thought I'd just sort of try to briefly introduce this topic to you as well. Again, this is based on some information that the Bureau of Insurance shared and in our statute. But Maine law does or did establish what's called the Maine Guaranteed Access Reinsurance Association. And that's a reinsurance mechanism that was established in the statute to provide reinsurance for individual health plans to stabilize and reduce premiums. This association does have the benefit of a federal waiver that was granted in 2019 to Maine to provide some additional federal funding for the program. It's funded through an assessment on all major medical plans that are sold in Maine. So the assessment applies to individual and group plans. It's currently in statute, it's a $4 per member per month assessment that's paid by insurers on each of those individuals, those members that are covered by those plans. So that money assessment comes in to help fund MAGARA, which is the acronym that we use to refer to the Reinsurance Association. Carriers also pay premiums to MAGARA for those individuals that have been identified for reinsurance. And then there is some federal funding that comes into the state for the program through the ACA waiver that I mentioned as well. And for 2021, the estimated total funding for MAGARA is approximately $89 million. And how it works is that funding comes into the program, and then carriers are able to, in the individual market, are able to identify certain high-cost individuals as being eligible to receive reinsurance. And the term in the statute is called ceded. So these individuals are essentially ceded to MAGARA, and then MAGARA will pay over the course of the calendar year if there are claims related to this individual. The statute and the rules governing MAGARA require that 90% of the healthcare claims for that individual between $65,000 and $95,000 would be paid by MAGARA. And the responsibility for the remaining 10% of those claims would be paid by the individual insurer. 100% of claims over $95,000 to $1 million MAGARA would pay, and then they would be responsible for paying 40% of claims over $1 million. So the availability of this reinsurance allows individual health insurance carriers to take that into account and make adjustments to their premiums. And this is able to lower premiums in the individual market. And the Bureau of Insurance might be able to talk about this further, but MAGARA has contributed, at least estimated in 2021, in some significant rate increases on an average basis in the individual health insurance market. So it has had a positive effect on Maine's individual health insurance market. And then that leads me to the last slide, which is—
Colleen, could you restate that? Because I think
sure.
You just misspoke just a tiny little bit. So.
Oh, about the impact on the insurance market?
Yes, because you said it caused increases in the individual market.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, no, decreases in premiums. Yes, thank you for catching that. I'm sorry. And has had a positive impact on reducing premiums. I think the average estimate based on total for the individual market for the 2021 rate year was between 12 and 13% decrease in average individual insurance premiums. And MAGARA has been a factor in those reductions. And as I said, I think the Bureau of Insurance can speak more specifically if folks have questions about rates in both the individual and small group market, at least for anticipated for 2021. I
Okay,
see a
yes.
hand. I got a pop up. Do I see a hand?
Yes, Representative Arford has a question.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, am I correct in thinking that when it says funded by assessment on all major medical plans, that does or does not include the ERISA and the like Medicare, the federally regulated plans? Or is this just the state regulated plans?
This would be just the state regulated plans.
So-
When we talk about major medical plans, we're talking about insurance policies.
Okay.
So it's this is generally a mechanism that is funded by the other types of policies in the insurance market, and sort of this funding is provided back to the individual market. So we're not talking about this reinsurance mechanism does not receive any other state funding through or any federal funding other than the federal funding that comes through the ACA waiver. The assessment is on insurance plans only.
So am I also correct in thinking that, so actually what is the large group and the small group plans then are subsidizing the individual plans?
Yep, in part, yes, yes. And one of the issues that the committee might consider moving forward when we talk about our last slide is there's some potential for considering expansion of MAGERA to include the small group market as well. So we'll talk about that in a second, but there might be another hand. I keep seeing some pop-ups.
Senator Sanborn had her hand up. I don't know if she wants to make a comment. She joined us recently.
Oh, great. I can't see everybody.
I think that it was clarified, but I just wanted to, so Colleen, I'm not sure if Representative Arford's question was about who pays in to the MAGERA assessment and whether self-insured large employers have to pay into the MAGERA $4 per member per month assessment. I think that was Representative Arford's question. I wasn't clear if you answered that succinctly.
Oh.
And I think the answer is yes.
Employers don't directly pay the assessment. The assessment is paid by the insurers. And the assessment, I believe, administrators for those plans do pay the assessment, and the Bureau can clarify that. Yes.
Yeah, that was all I wanted to clarify. So like BIW, for example, all of their insured lives are assessed at $4 per member per month to fund this reinsurance for the individual market.
I believe that's right. BIW itself doesn't pay it, but their administrator, if they have one.
Their third-party administrator pays for it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Representative Arford was asking about Medicare and Medicaid paying in for the reinsurance. So
I was actually asking about all of them.
Oh, okay.
So then what you're saying is actually that the funds that are actually self-funded and the ERISA plans, the third-party administrators do pay these fees? Okay.
Okay, I think we're on my last slide, and then the real, as I said before, the real experts from the Bureau of Insurance can introduce themselves and speak to the committee on and answer some of your other questions. But the last slide really just touches on some legislation that was considered by the committee, the HCIFS committee last session in the 129th legislature. It was LD 2007. It's called the Made in Maine Health Coverage Act. It's named that in the legislation. And I just wanted to highlight some of the components of that, which may be the subject of further discussion for the committee during the upcoming session. One of the components is that the bill did authorize the transition from a strictly federal marketplace in the state of Maine, where Maine uses folks in Maine who enroll in individual coverage through the marketplace, do it primarily through the federal platform. The legislation last session authorized the transition to a state-based marketplace, so the state of Maine could take oversight over consumer outreach, for instance, and have more of a direct role in marketing and enrollment over the marketplace. The statute contemplates that Maine would still use the technology that's available through the healthcare.gov platform, at least initially. The language of the statute puts the state on a path toward establishing a state-based marketplace for the 2022 plan year and beyond. The legislation also contemplates, as I mentioned, a pooling of the market in the individual and small group health insurance markets. So putting those two groups of individuals that receive insurance in those markets together for rating purposes. That is subject to actuarial review and further study of its impact. It also would require additional federal approval of a waiver under the ACA. So that is the study of that issue is something that is ongoing through the Bureau of Insurance, and they may be able to talk more about sort of the timeline for that in response to some of your questions. One of the other components of last year's legislation was a directive to the Bureau of Insurance to develop what's called in the statute clear choice design plans to provide further standardization of plan designs for consumers in the individual and small group market. And that's a process that the Bureau of Insurance has also begun over the interim, and we'll be hearing more about that as we move forward. And then lastly, as I touched on with regard to the Reinsurance Association, the language of last year's legislation also authorized that in the event that the markets were pooled between the individual and small group market, that McGarra's authority would be expanded to provide reinsurance not only to individual health plans, but also to the small group market to provide some further stability and reduction in premiums for that market. That is the end of the slides that I've prepared for you today. I'm going to stop sharing. And I know if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And then I thought we could also have, as Representative Tepler mentioned, we have 3 of the key folks from the Bureau of Insurance on the Zoom with us, and they'll be available to answer some of the committee's more specific questions either today, or we can follow up with them as we move forward.
Rep. Evans has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back to the last slide, you mentioned about the waiver. Do you anticipate any problems getting the waiver to expand that program?
I think the Bureau of Insurance can talk more about it. I mean, they did, it's my understanding that they did file, send a communication to the federal government in October of 2020 of their intention to proceed with a waiver, and they can talk more with you about the specific timeline. And so they will be working with their folks at the federal government and folks within the Department of Health and Human Services to talk about that as we move forward. I think the committee chairs too intend to have a more substantive briefing on some of the issues raised by the Made in Maine Health Coverage Act with regard to progress on both moving toward a state-based marketplace as well as the pooled market and the other issues as we move forward as well. So I think we'll be hearing more about that.
Yes, we definitely have discussed a full briefing from the department on where we are with that. And Representative Blyer, did you still have a question? You lowered your hand. Okay, you're all set. Are you all set, Representative Evans? Did you have a follow-up?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
No, she answered my question. Thank you.
Sure. So shall we ask Superintendent Chapa, Mr. Yardley, and Ms. Rawlings to introduce themselves?
Yes, I think that would be great.
Okay.
And they should be able to just turn on their video and get going as participants in the Zoom, I believe. So great.
There's Ms. Rawlings.
Hi, Joanne. Thank you for joining us today.
Let's see about, maybe I can, and there is Mr. Yardley. Hi, Mr. Yardley. Nice to see you again, and nice to see you too, Ms. Rawlings. I hope Superintendent Chapa can get his camera working too.
I'm working on it, or hopefully I'll have it working shortly.
Okay.
He can hear you.
But he can hear us. Okay. There we go. All right, shall we, oops, I just lost my page there. Shall we start with Ms. Rawlings then? Would you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I'm Joanne Rawlings Secunda. Unfortunately, I don't know how to get my entire name onto my picture there. And I am the director of the Consumer Healthcare Division at the Bureau.
Thank you. And Mr. Yardley?
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Yardley. I'm senior attorney at the Bureau of Insurance, and during the legislative season, that's I'm work closely with Superintendent Chapa and other leads at the Bureau on legislative matters.
So he'll be joining us fairly frequently. And Superintendent, last but not least, would you introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Thank you, Representative Tepler. I'm Eric Chapa. I'm the Superintendent of Insurance, and we're delighted to be here today to start what I know will be a fruitful session. And we're here as a resource to the committee, so I hope you take advantage of it.
So does anyone have them, or are you still digesting all the information that Colleen gave you? And Superintendent, is there anything in particular you'd like the committee to know right now? Maybe get their thought processes going?
Sure, a couple of things on who's responsible for paying the McGarrett assessment. Colleen's correct. That self-insureds pay if they have utilized a TPA. However, if they self-adjust their own claims under those conditions, they wouldn't be subject to the McGarrett assessment. But most self-insurers use a TPA, so there is a small carve out. In terms of the 1332 amendment, we have been in initial discussions with CMS on it, and this is a first in the nation trying to merge the markets and leverage savings in the advanced premium tax credit, which Colleen referred to. Their initial reaction is positive, but we have not submitted the formal application. That'll be sometime in the spring, and therefore they haven't ruled. One of the things complicating it is the change in administrations, and we expect rule changes to come about in Washington that could affect the application. So it's kind of a moving target when we're going to submit the application as it stands today.
Yes, Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, have the actuarial studies regarding the merged markets been completed at this point, or are we still waiting for the results on the second one?
Actually, there've been three.
Right, the third one.
The third, no, we got the results from the third one, and they very closely matched Gorham, but all three had some savings, but there was a substantial difference between Milliman and Wakely. We're still sorting that out, but we have received the Wakely report, yes.
Okay, great. And so I think we're going to schedule an update specifically on the merged markets. I don't remember what we talked about, but in the next coming weeks. So thank you.
Yes, and I think we'd like to sort of hear your synopsis of all three actuarial reports and sort of where you think you will land with that.
And I will have my actuary, Marta Hooper, who's not with me today, with us. She's listening in today, though.
Great.
Thank you. And Ms. Rawlings Secunda, do you want to say anything about your role in the Consumer Protection Division?
So our division has a staff of about 12 people, and what we do is two parts. We look at all of forms. Every form that before it hits the streets has to be approved by the state of Maine. This is once again for the fully insured plans. So our staff looks at those forms and makes sure that they comply with state and in some cases federal rules. And then once they are on the street and people are able to buy them, a lot of what we do is handle consumer complaints. So any consumer with a fully insured plan can write into us right now, because we're all remote, through our website. And we have investigators that look into this, rather than, you know, your average person who does not spend 40 plus hours a week dealing with insurance, having to deal with it. So those are the major functions in the Consumer Healthcare Division.
And are you noticing any uptick in issues or since we've been going through the pandemic?
It's really interesting because we actually saw a real downtick for a long time because people were putting off regular care out of fear of going to a doctor's office or to, you know, a hospital, ER or whatever. Now people are definitely starting to go back and get that care. So we're seeing a big uptick both in complaints and in consumer inquiries to our hotline, really ticking up very, very recently. So there's no trend that I would say we're seeing. I think we're seeing some more disability complaints than we usually do. But other than that, they're kind of all over the map, but we're definitely seeing more activity now.
Thank you. Well, seeing no other, oh, go ahead, Senator Sanborn. Maybe we're going to prompt some thoughts here.
Yeah, I can keep asking questions if people want to know what some of the questions are. So can you, whichever person is the best person, give us a bit of a timeline update on the Clear Choice Plan implementation and the rules and processes behind Clear Choice Plans?
So we have had 4 meetings. The way that the language of the statute read was that the Bureau of Insurance would create these standardized benefits with the help of a stakeholder group. So we've had 4 meetings with the stakeholder group. And so we have developed very specific, once again, benefits. You know, we're talking about how much for a PCP visit after the first one that you get for no cost, because that's also part of the Made for Maine Act. How much would you be paying in terms of a specialist? Sometimes they're copays, sometimes they're co-insurance, but the idea is that the carriers have to all have these plans that specifically have this set of benefits. In addition to that, they can have 3 other plans that don't use these benefits, but that's it, just 3. So after we've had the 4 meetings, the next step we're going into is rulemaking. We're in the process of drafting a rule. And then once we have internally drafted that rule, it will go to a hearing. And so any of the stakeholders or anybody else get another bite at the apple to be able to talk about what they see as concerns with what we've come up with so far. So that is in process. Ben probably knows better the timeline than I do. But one thing I also want to have everybody bear in mind is that this is going to be an annual process. So what we're doing now is going to be for the 2022 plans, and then we'll each year tweak it. So that's going to be something that, you know, we're going to be dealing with for quite a while.
I just want to clarify, when Joanne talks in terms of benefits, we're talking in terms of cost sharing, deductibles, and co-insurance. We're not talking about what is covered, you know, chiropractic or any covered benefit. We're not talking about that. So that's important to remember, I think.
And in terms of rulemaking schedule, I'd expect we'll be heading for, I hope, a hearing sometime in mid to the second part of February.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Yardley. Appreciate that note on the timeline. I think Representative Arford is next with a question.
I'm going to hold off for a minute because part of my question was answered and I want to listen a little bit more and then I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to Representative Matheson.
Hi, thank you so much. I was just curious, this might be a question that may not be answered here, but I obviously see, as a healthcare practitioner, I submit all the claims for my medical practice. So I'm familiar with submissions and all of that and what carriers are covered in New Hampshire, because that's where my practice is. But I noticed that the individual health plans and the small group health plans, there's 2 for individual and there's 4 or 5 for small group health plans. How do we expand the accessibility for different carriers to be in Maine so that there's more options there? Again, that might be just a really large question, but I don't know how Maine attracts more carriers so that those small groups and the individual plans have more options.
That's a very good question, and we struggle with that. In fact, as recently as 2018, we were down to literally the day that carriers had to tell us whether or not they were going to participate on the exchange. We were down to 1 carrier in 2018 on the exchange, and at the last moment, Harvard Pilgrim, literally at 5 o'clock on the last day, decided to participate. It's difficult. Maine's a small state. In health insurance, you have to establish networks. You have to, you know, there's a huge infrastructure that they have to have. You know, and standardization, I think, will help. But there's no easy answer. It's not like auto insurance or homeowners insurance where they can easily establish a presence in Maine and we have very competitive markets. Health insurance is very different. So there's no easy answer, but it would be, competition does work to some degree, but in health insurance, again, it's the same providers, the same health infrastructure that has to be included in their networks.
I'm looking for other questions. Yes, Representative Brenner, is that a hand? I mean, Senator Brenner, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. I'm curious if you guys have any feedback about the hospital price transparency rule that will go into effect on the federal level, and if you think that we might see any discussion about that on the state level and what that might look like.
We actually had a state hospital price transparency rule that was put into place as part of the Dirigo legislation way back when. So we've had some of that information already out there. The Maine Health Data Organization has a website, comparemaine.org, I believe, that actually has the price by facility, by insurance company for over 200 different procedures. So Maine is really kind of ahead of the feds on this one. We certainly, I mean, any more muscle we can get to, get more prices out there, we appreciate. But I think it's a smaller lift for us than it would be for other states.
Any other questions from the committee? Sorry, I'm off the thing here, so I'm trying to find you guys. There you are. Okay. I wanted to put the Compare Maine thing in the chat here so everyone can take a look at that. There it is. So that's the link to the Compare Maine website, which is run by Maine Health Data Organization and which enables consumers in the state of Maine to compare prices for procedures at certain hospitals and certain procedures. It's limited. Okay, and Representative Arford, I see you have another question. Please proceed.
I don't know much about the federal law, but I do know a little bit about MHGO because I served on the board when we were creating the Compare Maine website. And it is important to keep in mind that those prices are median averages. So your actual price, your negotiated price for your plan could be very different because a median is the middle. So it gives you a great starting place, but you can't use that as a definitive answer of what that would cost you if you were to go and engage in that service with that particular provider. It is a great starting place though. And then, so my question is, I also thought that Maine passed a few years ago legislation stating that in certain instances, the provider industry, certain aspects of it, like a hospital or whatever, didn't have to provide an actual cost estimate based on that person's actual plan and the cost and the prices that they would be, the negotiated prices for if they were to get that procedure. And what happened with that? Because is that still in effect? I'm just curious about that.
I think that's a question for either the Bureau of Insurance or Colleen.
I'll jump in. Yes, those requirements are still in law. In Title 22, they regulate the providers. So certain providers are required to provide information to patients upon request about prior to sort of scheduled procedures to give them estimates of the cost of related to their care, particularly for uninsured patients. And I will, if I can figure out how to do the link and that Representative Tepler did, I'll link you to the statutory provisions in the chat from Title 22. But there are a number of provisions about that require providers, healthcare providers, to provide information to their patients about costs. Some of it is they can refer them to the Compare Maine website to get that information. Some requirements are to provide post certain procedures, like the most popular procedures, some information about that. And then some is more specific to the individual about estimates related to their episodes of care, particularly for uninsured patients, but there are some provisions that relate to insured patients. And I'll get that for you, Representative Arford. It's in Title 22.
Okay.
We'll see if I can.
Let's see, I'm not up. Representative Evans, please. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up with the last response. I think the problem, part of the problem is where so many of the physicians and practitioners are a part of a healthcare system now. So the provider, unless you're in independent practice, the actual cost discussion with the patient is basically what the hospital decides. And as more and more systems, hospital systems merge, that becomes a little difficult to put on the provider. Can you respond to that?
Representative Evans, who are you expecting to respond to that?
Was Colleen still around?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, and I think that the statute, and I'll share the statute with you. I mean, it does make a distinction between, those types of entities that you mentioned, and with regard to, access to information about prices. it applies to both practitioners and healthcare facilities. And there are requirements for them to make available information about prices for certain things. It's easier for someone who is an uninsured patient, if you will, for them to provide that information because they don't have to deal with, they can just look to the hospital charges, if you will, rather than figuring out for each individual patient what their insurance company is or what coverage they have and what negotiated prices there are. So there are some distinctions. There are a couple of different provisions in Title 22 that relate to kind of price transparency, and I'll share the links for everybody, but that has been an issue over the years that has that the committee has had lots of discussion about the ability and the difficulty for a provider to provide particular cost information to an individual patient, not only because of all the different negotiated prices related to the coverage that they have, but also just some of the administrative difficulties and the burden that might put on providers to provide that information to their patients. So that's part of why I think things like the CompareMaine.org website has been developed to provide sort of easy access to consumers about prices to the extent that we can. So I'll share that information, and I think we will have, based on the bill titles, some additional proposals this session that relate to these transparency issues and information that can be provided to consumers about the cost of their health care.
Thank you.
And I have to say, I think that one of the things that we've seen is that consolidation of healthcare in Maine with the big systems that have sort of taken over all the practices is that it has actually driven up costs rather than driving them down. And that's just the data that we've seen. So, that's an issue that we still need to grapple with to some extent. Other questions from the committee? Nope. Any other last minute comments or thoughts? Yes, Senator Sanborn.
I'll just note for the committee that we have also asked for a briefing on the surprise billing law that was passed by Congress that I think is quite similar to the one that we passed in the previous session, and just the folks at the Bureau are going to brief us on the interaction between the two laws and how the implementation will proceed for both of them. So that'll be scheduled in the next week or two as well. I look forward to hearing more details on that. So I'm holding my questions.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. And Representative Arford.
I just remembered the second half of my question, and this is for Joanne Rawlings. And Joanne, I apologize, I cannot see the last part of your name. Otherwise, I'd do my best to state it properly. And thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing my question. But my question is this: if a consumer, a healthcare insurance consumer, has an issue with an issue with their insurance company, do they have to go through the appeals process first before they come to you? Or does it matter what the complaint is that determines whether they need to go through the appeals with their insurance first and then come to you?
Thank you so much for asking that question. And by the way, don't worry about my last name. Every computer interprets it differently. I never know it's going to show up. Anyway, in answer to your question, no, nobody has to wait. They can do both processes, the carrier's appeal process and the Bureau's complaint process simultaneously. So, if they have any questions, our consumer hotline is 1-800-300-5000. They can call and talk to anybody on the consumer healthcare staff. The staff will help walk them to where the complaint file is, how it works, anything else that they need to know. But thank you so much for asking that question.
Okay. I think that we're about at an end for today. Seeing no further questions, Senator Sanborn, do you want to add any other caveats to the committee? No. And how about you, Ms. McCarthy-Reed? Do you want to? Okay, I will remind everyone that we will convene again on Thursday morning for our next orientation session, and we'll be having a meet and greet that morning with the lobby and the advocates. So we'll be hearing from, I think we have 30 people registered at this point, possibly more. Up. How many are we at now?
No, oh, I don't want to say on the mic, but we'll talk about it later. A lot more. So.
Okay, well, we're going to have to talk about how much time each one of those folks gets, given how many we may have signed up. I want to thank Ms. Rawlings Secunda, Mr. Yardley, and Superintendent Chapa for being with us today, and everyone. And we're adjourned, although I will also announce that Senator Sanborn and I will be meeting with Ms. McCarthy-Reed to discuss